Up, I'm live, and we're on to day 4 of the Tipathon. And despite the fact that the timer didn't go up at all yesterday, it only went down, which, to be clear, is fine. We still have more than enough time for the entire stream tonight left on the clock. There's not a ton left after that, only 40 minutes, as you can see, and it'll be a little bit more by the end of tonight. If for no other reason than it's going to be a couple of minutes before I restart it. But that means that at this point, there's going to be at least a probably 45-minute stream come this next Sunday. Because, again, the way that I'm doing this Tipathon, which is just basically a subathon that's focused on tips, I don't include the Friday and Saturday night streams as part of the Tipathon. They are standalone streams because they are multiplayer based streams that I am not in charge of. And so as such they are not predictable, and I just do not want to bother with that. I'd rather leave them out and just have them as their own things and not count them towards the Tipathon. It does break the Tipathon up as a result, but I think it's just better that way. So just as a rundown again of what's what, like I said, this is just basically a subathon that's focused more on tips. So as a result, any $1 tip will add 2 minutes to the timer. And of course that scales, so $10 adds 20 minutes. And if you tip $50, you will add an extra 30 minutes on top of the 100 minutes. That would be added regardless. And that stacks. So like $100 rather, adds an extra hour. If you would prefer to use the Twitch methods of increasing the clock, bits are 1-to-1, so 100 bits adds 60 seconds. That also means that there is a 2-bit minimum on adding time, just because I'm not adding half seconds. There's a document that has all these details and more in it, and that has a little rundown of how the extra time is calculated. It says that the timer stops at 4:29. That's just because it hasn't been updated since last night. The way I wrote the script, it's just... it doesn't update that thing, because it was meant to only be single segment previously. It was made for a one-day subathon, essentially, not multi-days. Also, nice non-emote, Dingle. So yeah, bits are essentially 1-to-1, and then subscriptions are 50%. So a tier 1 sub, which costs $5 US roughly, adds 2.5 minutes. There's also a bonus for bulk gift subs, where each multiple of 5 adds an extra 2.5 minutes. In reality, I probably should scale that up based on the tier of sub. So like, if 5 T1 subs adds 2.5 minutes, then 5 T2 subs should add 5 minutes. But I didn't do that ahead of time. I didn't think... I could still apply that. Nobody's actually gifted subs at this point. And I honestly don't expect anybody to, because it's not September. So if you're going to spend money, you might as well just tip it, right? So yeah, those are the main methods to bump the timer up. I will say in regards to tips, there are 3 methods, 2 of which go through PayPal. They are, PayPal and Ko-fi. And then the third method, se.pay, or just SEPay as I usually call it, is Stream Elements method. That accepts a variety of methods and is the preferred method at this point, I believe, for anybody outside of the US, just because of PayPal's ridiculous international exchange fees. So, yeah, there's a number of options. I have updated the goals once again because, well, one of them was only valid last night, and I'm glad that it wasn't hit because I'm not going back to Crash Bandicoot on stream anytime soon, if ever. That was a horrible time. I'm not doing that again. Thanks for nothing, Dingle. Yes, I'm partially at least a little bit blaming you because you're the one that pointed it out to me. I forgot that it's not an easy game. Anyway, so slight difference to last night. The $369 goal, which is the next one, as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, it's the same old quote-unquote retro streams, PS2 and GameCube games. If that goal is hit, an extra 2 hours will be added to the clock, but that only applies until the end of today. And then also, the $500 goal I've just kind of gotten silly with. It's not like we're going to hit it anyway. I will add 10 extra hours to the clock. That's it. That's all it does, is just adds 10 extra hours. But that's 2.5 streams worth of content for free. And if we get there tonight, that will end up being 3 streams worth of extra content for nothing. I don't know if that's honestly worth it. It's probably not. It does mean that I can actually justify getting a proper Lego kit, like upwards of $100. Anything more than that, no. I'm working within a tight budget here. Cut me some slack. But at least it would be a legitimate, like, actual Lego kit that I'm not just recycling and might not even be actual Lego. But yeah, it's as simple as that. And if we get there at this point, that's... I mean, what? Roughly 450 minutes added, plus the additional 12 hours from hitting both of those goals. 450 minutes is 7.5 hours? Sounds about right. Right? No. Yes. Yes. I think that's right. Anyway. How long do you want me to stream? That's the real question. Anybody got deep pockets out there? Because if you want me to stream and you got deep pockets, it's probably up to you at this point. I don't know if the timer's going to go up any further than it already is, which is fine. I'm going to be streaming at least 5 days in a row here, if not 6. And if it ends up being 6, then there will be a partial stream on Sunday at the very least, which will make 7. That's, I did this daily stream thing back in March, and if I don't have to repeat it for more than a week, that's fine by me. So anyway, I'm not going to restart the timer just yet, wait until we're actually in the game, but I will get us switched over here, and yeah, just continue, don't load. So, clearly, we're back into Satisfactory for tonight. Yeah, no, I just want to spend more time in Satisfactory. I've been enjoying playing the game again after almost 2 months of not playing it, and I think other people actually enjoy watching it, unlike last night. Just spin around to make sure that things are as they should be. I think it's that. And resume timer. But yeah, the current timer has... Yes, it is counting down. Essentially 48 minutes left on it. For once we get to the end of the stream. So there will be roughly a 1 hour stream on Sunday at this point. I can always go up though. Alright, let me actually get back off of the document and tabbed into the planner. So, you know what, let's just recap what's been going on the last couple of streams. I fell through the ground there, but the game's like, no, and put me back on top of it. I tried. Train! Oh, that branch wasn't solid. So this is what's gone on the last 2 streams that I did Satisfactory. Days 1 and 2 of this. This is all it. This array over here handles turning packaged fuel on this side of it turns packaged fuel into, well, fuel and empty canisters, and then they get routed around to the other side, the far side of it. You can actually see the middle line right over here. This is the difference where they're separated. It's also why the machines are set. Don't worry about that. Oop. And this side takes the empty canisters and some water that I haven't set up yet and turns them into packaged water, which is then sent over to here to this refinery array. Takes all those items and turns the packaged water into packaged fuel via the diluted packaged fuel recipe, because for some reason I decided that this would be a good idea to actually listen to the thing and do this. So if I want to do more with this, basically what I've got to do is actually get the water set up so that the input side can actually use it, and then I'll have to get the generators set up for the output side here. Let me actually look up really quickly. Actually, let me go to Reddit, because I think they have the new wiki link and the link is in the sidebar. Cool. Where in the sidebar? Official wiki. They recently changed wikis, which is why I wanted to do that. So, how much fuel does the generator use? 12 cubic meters per minute. Alright. So, I will be producing 3,680 cubic meters of fuel per minute. And divide that by 12 per gen, I need 306.66666 generators, so 307. Oh boy, that's a lot. Now, I don't think I took into account the amount of fuel, or the amount of generators I would need when I planned out the items, because it's not actually shown in the planner. It's just, here's your fuel, do with it what you will. So that's a lot. I also have the problem of I need the heavy oil residue to go over into these, which requires 46 refineries. You know, I can probably just reuse some of the stuff I made for this, honestly. I'll just have to tweak the recipe, which isn't that big of a deal. Hell, I mean, honestly, you know what I could do? I don't have the items for it, obviously, but I can literally just do this, right? It's like set it up right next to her with a one tile bump. One tile gap. And just do that. Of course, what I should do first is actually go and change the blueprint, because I don't need all the items on that. And that will also allow me to change the recipe, which is just simpler that way. Also, in case you missed it, this world won't be around for too long on stream. Really? This is basically only going to show up during this Tipathon, because after the Tipathon is done, I will be starting an Update 8 world on stream. Because that was one of the goals that was met. I should be over here. So, blueprint. I'm missing motors and copper sheets. You know, could things be any more in opposite directions? Up here. There's that enough. Two of the things? Really? Grab some more of that. Grab some more of that. And call it good enough. All that stuff kicks back on, as does that stuff. Train! That train's doing absolutely nothing. Other than looking cool because it's a train. Motors. How many do I have? Not many. Sure. More than enough. Yeah, so for reference, the factory I was just in is over there. You can't really see it no matter how I do this. Yeah, there it is. It's that factory off in the distance. Meanwhile, the one I was at before is off over that way. Over the hill, which you can't see past, so... literally opposite directions from one another. I need to remember to go forward before it actually starts loading the world if I want to fall through the floor. Which again, if I do, it's not that big of a deal because there's water here. And so I can just swim back up through the ground. It's only a problem at my base or similar spots because... why did I come back here? Yeah, because there's no water around and I'm actually at a little bit of elevation usually at my base. Means that if I fall down, I'm gonna have a heck of a time getting back up onto land. It's gonna take a while. There is a river nearby, so it shouldn't be that bad. Where is it? It's just over there, you can see the water. But that's not real water, so I don't actually know that there's real water down here necessarily. Because I know in some spots they don't have real water. At least I don't think they do. I don't remember. So this is the same thing as was over there at the computer factory slash fuel generator factory that I was just at before, except now I want this to be heavy oil residue. Nope. Okay. So these only require inputs, but they do have outputs. So I don't actually need any of this. And if anything, these pipes are a little far away, but honestly, I don't care. However, I do need the item out as well as the fluid out, so this is all gonna have to go. Because I like the items to be elevated. And that polymer resin will be split 480 to residual rubber and 440 to residual plastic. Okay, so this was left. Right? This was left. Yeah, right here will do. And then the maximum extent possible, right to there. Or not. I wonder if I could do this. No, it still won't let me force it. Okay. Just mark one it. Why not? Oh, the mergers actually want to snap on this one. Very nice. I don't need any of this anymore. Those were purely just to... Don't delete things in the background. Purely just to get all this set up. These belts are reasonable. I do have to do these though, because the conveyors did snap and thus run belts. They actually would work, I believe, because they are connected, but that just doesn't look right, you know? There we go. Now I can go back and set these up as I want. Right there looks good. I think that's right, yeah. Oh, it actually let me do that. Neat. Alright, well. That works. And what's the output on that? 40 per minute and 20 per minute. Problem I have with doing this is that with 8 in a row, that's going to put me at 320 heavy oil residue, which will require a Mark II pipe, which isn't the end of the world, but it's something to remember. How many of these do I need? 46. That's such an odd number. So it's 1.5 of what I did before, but not really. Okay. Well, that's fine. You know, honestly, I will redo this. Just because it can be closer, it can be a bit more space efficient. I'm gonna miss being able to do that so much. So this is heavy oil residue. I can type. Seems good to me. I'm really the only thing. So the faster way to do this is just to basically swap the belts around real quick, because that's all there is to do. It's not like there's multiple item in and outs. But the other one would have the template be right. Oh well. Just rerun this, why not? And of course, now that the pipes are there, it doesn't want to snap. That's alright. Alright, it still built the belts, even though it didn't snap. Please do not deconstruct the building area. Alright, in theory, that's all I have to do to switch it. Because it's the same recipe, it's just a different side. It was the default light blue. I don't know that I can get. Load preset. Secondary? No. Actually, I don't know. Doesn't really matter. There, it's that. Just so it's obvious. That's all that really matters. Okay, now I should be able to clear the designer. Take back all my items, see nothing here. Now we can go build the stuff. Blueprints really have changed this game and made it so much easier to build on a large scale quickly. There we go, I did it! And now look, if I go up here, I'm right back up on land. That's why I always wait when teleporting, because the game's really not designed for you to do that, and that's what happens if you're not careful. You'll just literally fall through the floor. But again, because I'm right over water here, at the edge of the world, you know, the death plane is somewhere out that way, I don't have to worry about it as much. Still gotta be careful, though. Heavy oil residue refinery left. I want right in this instance. The items are outputs. I want you to more or less be centered right there. Those valves are sticking out a little bit, but honestly, whatever. Also, it occurred to me for a second that, wait, I could just minimize down the... Okay, that's why. I could shrink down the outputs, because if I'm going to have the left and right, I can just merge those outputs together, but no, that would end up with 640 heavy oil residue per bank, which is not going to fly. Oh, I got that bug again, where it won't let me middle click to pick something. Of course, there's also this issue, and I'm very quickly going to run out of resources for this, but that's alright. This foundation area was never made big enough. That's the wrong key. Boy. I mean, if you'll let me do that, then yeah, sure, why not? And yeah, that's another thing I'm gonna miss. Whoops. Because Zoop is great and all, but you can only build 10 things at a time. Meanwhile, Smart's just like, yeah, you want to build that many things? 25 by 5 or whatever it is? Sure. Go for it. Also don't mind the extremely tall elevator. That's another thing I'll miss, is elevators. I'll actually have to build like stairs and ladders and stuff to get up. That's annoying. Oh well. Oh, interesting. So I actually want to be over here then, more so than over there. So that's in line with it, but with the spacing the way it is, you know, I actually could do that. But at this point I'm going to do, well... I am going to do this. Because it allows things to be like this, right? Like, it might technically be okay to have them on that line, but I'd rather have them separated. Of course, I need another one of these. This is not right, this is left. I can't see what I'm doing from there. Once again, that bug kicking in and not allowing me to place what I want to. Because I should just be able to do this. Right? But when that bug kicks in, I'm not sure if I get the hover over or anything, but you can see, like, even with the text not there, I can still do it. But when the bug kicks in, it's as if I'm doing this. You know, middle clicking into nowhere, so I have to pull that up before I can do it like it used to be. Yeah, really I should replace this and bump it over, but I don't want to have to rebuild that again. I'll do it. Yeah, that can happen. Okay, I don't think I deleted anything from over there. There we go. Alright, let's do that again. And this time, inset it by 1. I want it placed not there, but there. There. But then set in by 1 like that, so that these are not quite on the line. And there's also ample space in between, so that's not an issue there. And then repeat. There was that bug again. Alright, now we should be good to go on this. Actually, one more thing, technically. Yeah, that works. Little bit of clipping there. Don't worry about it, though. I could offset them, but I'm trying to keep them out of the walkway. Very weird hit detection going on, probably because of the crap that's in the area. See right there. Alright, now we repeat on the other side. Leave a 2-space gap, and right here. It would go there, but inset 1. And then this would be the right side. Looks right. Out of resources. Shouldn't matter which one I add, it's just a matter of whether or not they'll get removed automatically when I build them. That determines why I would want to have the correct one there. Because they're the same resources at the end of the day. You know, they're essentially just mirrored so that the belts are going different directions. Nothing more than that. Just take those last 50. Got that mouse movement just right, even though the game froze up. Alright, let's try that again now, shall we? Yep, seems right. There we go. For some reason... Wait, is this the one that goes down to 7? Yes, okay. I was gonna say, for some reason there's more machines here? Because that one was 7. This one actually goes to the full 8. Alright, now I'll repeat what I did over there on this side. Oh, Christ. Come on, just apply to that. They're not helping. Wrong key. Ah. What am I doing? Okay. Final two. This should be right there. Alright, well that is 32 of the 46 I need to build. So I know what the answer is, but that was a screenshot. Just make sure I'm right. Yeah, it is 14, which is 2 less than 16. I have two ways of doing this, because I need 46 instead of 48. Basically, I can build another one of these either over here or over here, but only on the one side, not the two, because I need another 14, and I'll just take 2 off of the end. Or I can do just a single row alongside on both sides, right? And not build the mirror right across from them. And then remove 2 from them. I think I'm leaning towards building 2 of them over here. Because then this area over here can all be dedicated to generators and stuff. Because that's going to be a large area required for the 300 some generators I need. Plus I'll need some area for actually storing fuel because 3,680 fuel a minute? It's a lot. So, yeah, I think I want to do like that. Which requires more items, of course, but I can just run back and get them, no problem. Alright, what else do we need? More pipes, as usual. More sheets, as usual. Case industrial beams I'm out of over on this side. Motors I have plenty of. Fortunately, I have some more these here. Not a ton. I'll need to get more of them for sure. Fortunately, my factory is constantly producing, what was it, like 11 and a quarter of them per minute? Isn't great, but not terrible. How many? 8 wide. I currently have 5. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9. I need 4. I only need to go to 8, but I want the extra lane around it, so... And that didn't run me out of any resources for the actual refineries. Good. I'm gonna want left. +1. Yep, that's fine. Go back over this way. Can't E-select different blueprints. Shame. Could be right there. Yep. Here we go. Hey, I didn't get the bug that time. Oh, nice. Where do I want to remove the extra machines from? Because right now I have 48 of them, and yes, I know I'm missing the pipe over here. Yep, that's what I meant to do. If I deleted these two, it would go in line with those. Why don't I do that? Have that divot there. Whoops. It'd be hard to place this stuff sometimes. There we go. Now this is a nice little cutout area. Right there. They produce 20 per minute. So... is that right? Now hold on a second. What? Actually, no, that makes sense, because that one's asking for 480, not 460. Well, that's what I wanted to see. Okay. So 23 gives me a perfect split. 24 times 20 gives me 480, and then 22 gives me 440. How do I get 22, though? Very carefully. This is 14 plus 8 would give me 22, and then the rest would be... it's probably okay. What was to do this? Where these are doesn't really matter. I just want this to be a thing. And then I can have that run into there, and that run into there. I actually wanted to keep that, didn't I? Actually, if anything, with the way I built this, I should have removed the two from there. But... whatever. Because then I could have had this go over there, and then that would have been 440 with those 8, and these 14, And then the remaining 480 would be these 24. That's alright. But I do this. What I do for this, I do that onto that, and then this can go up one. That way, these now being merged can go in way down here, and those 8 can go in with the 16 over here. Right, it's the same idea as before. Actually matter. I'm gonna redraw that just because I can. Otherwise, goes in like that. And yeah, they're all Mark 1 belts. I'll have to fix that later. That's alright. I tried. So then that can do that, and then this can run across the tops. And there we go. That can then go off to the residual plastic and rubber plants that need to do stuff with that stuff and stuff. Okay, let me sort out the belts while I'm thinking about it. So this does 20 per minute, so 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 40. Probably do both at the same time. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140. Tripped me up for a second, but no, that's how it's supposed to be. Because these are only 7 long. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, and 40. Let's see. That's 140 plus 160 is 300, so yeah, that's just Mark 4 all the way. That should be 440 at that point. With this coming in. And yeah, the bot's message, I know. $20, $40, $60, $80, $100, 120, 140, 160, and then yeah, that's a Mark IV belt. And look at that, the item routing is already done for this part of the factory, just like that. But of course the fluids are what's lacking in this area altogether, because the only pipes that I've really run are over here, and that was just get them out beyond these conveyors. Anyway, the train comes into the station here, and the other train is coming into that station there. We're going to very quickly, hey look, there's that, and it's gone. We're going to very quickly get up into the clouds before finally arriving at our final... Oh right, I never replaced that, did I? Let's just fix that. So the base is somewhere off over there, clearly. But, as the bot said, it's time for a break. So just save the game real quick and then throw it over to the AFK screen. So yeah, I'm going to take a short break to stand up, stretch, and, you know, all that good stuff. Good time for you to consider doing so as well, because I'm not going to be around for the next few minutes. You know, there's not going to be any gameplay to miss. And also, I'm going to be running some ads. It's the only time during the stream that I run ads, though, besides the very end. That way there's no ads during gameplay, and also it disables pre-rolls so that there will be no pre-rolls for the next hour. Thus, the next hour of gameplay will be ad-free until the next break, which is what I aim for when I'm not doing multiplayer stuff. So yeah, when I come back, we'll continue with some more Satisfactory. Jeremy? Alrighty, I am back and just in time for an autosave, no less. But before we hop into the gameplay again, I do just want to mention, you can see at the top of the screen, there is a timer going. I am currently in the midst of a Tipathon, which is just basically a sipathon. Yes, that's really what I was about to just say. Really? A sipathon. What the fuck is a sipathon? I am in the midst of a Tipathon, which is a sip. Yes, thank you, Kelly. Which is not too dissimilar from a subathon, but instead of focusing on subs, it's focusing on tips because, well, more money to me than to Twitch. Put it that way. I'm of course not just doing this for free, now that I've hydrated. I am giving some things in return. There's already been a number of goals hit, including an eventual, hopefully actual, Lego build on stream. I say actual Lego because only if the budget actually allows for it, because I'm smart and I keep lowering goals. Even though it requires money to do some of these things. Money that I don't have even after the goals are met. I'll make sure to do something. But anyway, there's a number of goals that have been hit. But the next goal, you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, $369 is the quote-unquote retro game streams. Which, by retro, I don't mean actual retro, because PS2 and GameCube are not that old. You cannot tell me otherwise. So, yeah, I need an analog to digital converter of some description to be able to capture them, since I'm not going down the emulation route, which has its own issues. So, yeah, that's that goal. Less than $100 away currently. And also there's a $500 goal. If we hit both of those by the end of tonight, then on top of the time that would be added normally from the tips to get there, there would be an extra 12 hours added to the clock. That is 3 full streams worth of Tipathon. I don't know if anybody really wants to spend almost $250, or if multiple people want to spend a combined total of $250 just to extend the Tipathon another 3 days. Plus the whatever 450 minutes roughly calculates out to as well on top of that. But the option is there. There's also other goals, including I go on a little road trip, take you guys with me, do some driving around, and you get to see what I look like finally. Or if we hit $1,000, I'll do that, but without the face reveal. Look, I'm out of ideas for this shit. I still gotta figure out a game to do a playthrough of. So, yeah. And yeah, I saw that, Callie. I saw that. Including NASCAR Heat 5. Oh, joy. I don't want to go anywhere near that bundle as a result. Not to mention, I own most of the games as it is. ACC is the only one that's in there that I have any amount of interest in otherwise. But yeah, if anybody doesn't have Assetto Corsa Ultimate Edition, or R Factor I think was in there too, or the Automobilista games, oh, like $13 or something I think. Not much. Anyway, let's get back to the gameplay. Going down. I can see parts of my base. Not the proper base, it's still behind that rock, but... yeah, I mean, R Factor's not bad, it is quite old at this point. AMS2, is it just AMS2, or does it come with any of the DLC? because AMS2 by itself is not that expensive. It's the DLC that really ramps the cost up. I need to get the crude oil over to here. Not this part. That's 240 oil per minute. So this is some of my oil right here. Hopefully this actually reaches out to the far side over there and gets all of the nodes. Spoiler alert, it didn't reach all the way out there. I haven't actually been over here this entire time I've streamed this game this week. I haven't really had a need to go over here. Everything's already set up. Power's run. Train's operational. The only thing that's missing is the signals so that I can run multiple trains on this line, which is why there's another train back at that station. Yeah, so those three nodes have all been accounted for. Impure, impure, normal. Once I get block signals, I can actually put this on to separate lines, though. Just the game, from what you can tell. Alright. Yeah, for some reason, back when AMS2 actually launched, I decided to buy it and the DLC as that one package for it. Which I think still cost me less. It cost me less back then compared to what it would cost buying it now. But I think I think there was some sort of discount for AMS1 owners as well, maybe? I don't remember. I already own AMS2 and all the DLC at this point. So that I don't gain any benefit from that bundle in that regard. $338? Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, maybe if you say that AC is full price, like properly full price, and then also throw in all the DLC being expensive on top of that, boing. Maybe, but bit of a stretch. Crystal oscillators and circuit boards. Yeah, I'm good. These things will all activate, but they won't aggro on me. You are set up. Yeah, hostility. What hostility? The real question, I guess, is do I have all of the nodes? I guess the easy way to tell. I've already got all the ones on that other side of the map hooked up. Are there any I'm not using already? There should be 2 more over here or something. Really? Odd. Hand was clipping through the leg there for a frame. Where? That's one way to do it. Alright, alright. I'm trying to get the damn thing. I think I just custom painted something there. Anyway, yes, I've got all these nodes covered as well. So it's just a matter of actually running the piping all the way over, because I think it terminates right there. Yep, does not go any further. The train will auto switch this anyway, but ensure that doesn't do that. Okay, so we've got multiple lines over there. I can turn off my flashlight. Got one that isn't even hooked up fully, but is ready to go there. I guess I should work on bringing these over. And I think what I want to do is I want to bring them basically along here, go over that way, and bring them all up in the same area. Otherwise, that might be annoying. And I do have pumps along the way to ensure that everything gets where it needs to go. Let's see, where do I take it from here? This little... Nope. No problem. Do it like that. And then this should be able to reach. Sure it can. Fortunately, from here on out, I kind of run out of land. Nice. Can you please? No. Any chance I can run this out to over here? Nope. See how far this one goes. That should be plenty. Close enough. Whoops. At this point, I'm just gonna do this. It's easier. Perfect. Almost like I know what I'm doing. Ideally, I bring all this stuff forward. Except maybe the teleporter. Yeah, I should be able to fit that all in there. Transfer all these over and get them out of the way. Helps to do that first. There we go. If I come up to like right here and then cut through this way, I can essentially get a path. Already a power line running here, but never mind that. I don't need to go overboard on this, but I'm going to go overboard on it anyway, because I can. That looks like something that would be removable, but I guess it's not. Basically, straight through this little path here, and then I head this way. A little bit more here to give it more of an angle in. Looks good to me. Yeah, I can just run everything underneath of this, right? It's fine. Is this going to? Teleporter? Oh, and this is the main power back as well. Well, you know what I can do? No? Where does this line even run to? That train? Okay. There we go. Now everything's back online. Yeah, the maximum consumption dipped there for a little bit. That's fine. The train's still running? Yep. I don't need this, and I need to go back to the base anyway. I'm just gonna go back through and tidy this up if I can figure out where the power cable is. There it is. Because this is my earliest run out to this area. So I could set up a teleporter before I got the train running or anything, and thus could bring power in via that. Whoops. There's these stupid things down here, but not a problem. That stupid thing. And finally this one. There we go. Things running smoothly over here, I'd guess. Just about. It's not like there's a lack of coal or anything. That's just how it is with how tightly timed it is. I am running those coal lines and water lines to the exact minimum requirements that everything needs. So there's a chance that machines are just barely running. But you can see production is stable. Let's see. Okay, well. Get rid of you. I don't need you, but then the wood I'll turn into biomass. And I guess the leaves as well, because I don't have space for them, obviously. Oh, I had space for some. Whatever. Another mod I'm gonna miss, the one that accelerates crafting by hand. So convenient for the early game. And of course I've got all these biofuel burners that technically aren't full-on fuel, but they're not really needed. They're good for if I ever actually need the extra power, but that's about it. Wonder if I can walk up the ramp. No. By the time that I get high enough to get onto it, I just teleport through it. Fair enough. Okay, you're doing 240 per minute. That's why. I'm not gonna lose any sleep over just a couple of items like that. I overshot. Crates are back here. Oh well, actually it would be these that have the copper for this stuff, I think. I don't know what's what anymore. Doesn't really matter. In theory. I could set up foundations and everything, but I don't really see a need for it. As long as it works, right? Must you? Then I'll bring the power cable just up here. Hook you in. And there's that. Yeah, there's a power cable there, but again, it's temporary. Long story short, because the teleporters are the way they are, I don't really want to move them. Technically fine if I do, but yeah. There's no tree there. Not anymore, at least. Yeah, that's perfect. Let's see. Again, probably not necessary. At least I was consistent on those first two. Just because there is a slight incline here, and yeah. So this is all the oil, right? Yeah. And this is all of the oil from over here. In varying amounts. What I really need to do is I need to look at the interactive map and figure out just how much oil is coming from each pipe. Just open the wrong site. That's very helpful. Interactive map. There we go. Shouldn't show up on screen, but I'll still just do this. And this way I can get a good visualization without actually having to go back there. Let's see, it's local app data, right? That's where factory game folder is? Yes. Oh, I need to remember to make a backup before I do update 8. Drop the latest autosave just because it's the most up to date. Oh, please turn off the fog of war. So that's producing 60. That's producing 120. So that's 180. Yes. Honestly, just disable everything that isn't what I'm looking for, please. Those are fine, because I need those. Tracks as well. Yeah, see, that's why. That right there is why. Here. You. Oh, right. I have to disable this. Game's back there. Just the game overlay is in front of the desktop overlay. Anyway, with the tracks enabled, look what gets hidden away. An oil extractor. That's why I wanted everything else disabled. Didn't even disable all this nonsense. Anyway, back to the gameplay. So if I recall correctly, the signs are somewhere. Do I not actually have them unlocked? Huh. Yeah, over here. Yeah, no, I don't. So it would require 17 to get all of those. Aren't there the tiny square ones somewhere, though? Or is that MAM research, maybe? What the hell is a powered beam? Does that just transmit power along it? Pretty neat if so. And then that just gets into that. Yeah, because I don't see them anywhere, so I guess I just don't have them unlocked. How many tickets do I have? None? Huh. Apparently none. That's ammo, right? Yeah. And then wouldn't be under sulfur. Interesting. Alright, how many tickets do I have in reserve? Could be a fair amount. Yeah, 44. Do I really not have tickets in here? No, I'm not that blind. Then do I care about anything else while I'm here? I mean, honestly, I might as well. Those are unavailable. That's interesting. Okay, and then the customizer, I mean... I'm not gonna get into that, that's enough tickets for one thing. There. Okay, now the problem is... Yeah, there they all are. Billboards require those stupid things. Alright, well, I saw, yeah, I have one right there. So... But the image is nothing. Can you really... That'll work for me. Okay, so... all the pipes for the machinery are showing up on the map. From the view that I'm seeing, I'm at the right mode. So... So that would be 240 per minute on the rightmost. Because there is a 120, 60, and a 60. On the one above that, there is a 60, 120, and a 60. So yeah, that's kind of annoying. That one is 240. And the line next to that is that one, which is 240 per minute. And then there's another one over here that is 240 per minute. And then what's the other train station? I hate that. That's so annoying. Just let me... Yeah, this is the one that looks the best, and... Just write each if I can actually get back up there. Matter if it's matter glossy. Oh, guess it might. I don't want glossy, I want matte. Yeah, we're not on update 8, so it can just be 1. There. Station is doing 120 each, because the 260s are on a line, and then the 120 is on a line. And if I re-enable trains, there are 2 freight platforms, fluid freight platforms. There's a total of 240 per minute. Good to know. I can't tell 100% which way is which there. Can I please? Please stop doing what you are doing. Things are actually happening because I'm offloading some of the stuff into pipes. Okay, so it should be 1380. It's 1200. Wait, really? Well, I'm missing at least one node, is what I'm getting out of this. That or I missed math at one point, and there's not actually that much oil here. Resource nodes. Oh, I see. There's another line that I never finished running. And that is an additional 180. I hate this, not being able to actually do anything other than using the cursor. I don't know if that's actually where it'll be, but I at least have to make a note of it so that I know off the top of my head which it is. Not want to click in options. Yep, there it is. Right over there. I'm guessing I ran out of resources and just never finished it as a result. Almost. Actually. Definitely not clipping through a tree, that. I'm gonna go around this way. This way, I only have to run an extra pipe and nothing more. Unfortunately, that means that this one actually goes up at the top of the list, not the bottom. Because this is on the left from that perspective. And here, I'll do this, so it doesn't look so awful. Still not perfect, but it's fine. Oops. Stop, static. Alright, well. Flying space manta rays? Somewhere, probably. Yeah, so of these, this one is the one that's less. In fact, what I can even do, if I can stop hitting the wrong buttons. I don't know what buttons do what, apparently. That's the lower one. That's the 180. Now, I have a mod that allows me to limit the number of items going through a belt, going over a belt. Unfortunately, I don't think I have one for pipes. What the hell is this? The same thing as that, but it's just a box, I guess. Interesting. Oh, I gotta math out that stuff, but as the bot said, it's time for a break, so I'm gonna take my break first and then do that afterwards. Makes sense, right? Oh, not that one. That one. Bye, trains. I don't know if that one actually left yet or not. Bye, ground. The game. And, AFK screen. Oh, yeah. It's time for another break. I'm gonna take some time to just go stand up, stretch, and do whatever else, you know, just to get away from the computer for a few minutes. Maybe consider doing so yourself. Good for you to do that. Although if you can't get up, that's one thing, I guess. But anyway, I'm gonna run some ads, as I usually do. It's the only time that I run ads, and it ensures that no ads occur during gameplay because it disables pre-rolls for the next hour. Also gives you another reason to get up. So, yeah. Anyway, here be. Alrighty, I am back, and before we get back into the gameplay, I do just want to mention again, now that we're about halfway through the stream, as the air conditioner turns off, I am in the midst of a Tipathon, which is just basically a subathon focused on tips, and this particular Tipathon is run in 4-hour stints each day, 5 days a week. We are currently on day 4 with, as you can see at the top of the screen, 2 hours 45 minutes remaining on the clock. That is enough to get through the rest of tonight, but not enough to get through the next stream, which will be on Sunday. Every tip, $1, adds 2 minutes. That's the main way to add time to it. There's bits are also valid, as are subs, but they add less. And with every $50 in one go that is tipped, I'll add an extra 30 minutes for free. So a $50 tip actually ends up adding 130 minutes instead of 100, for instance. And that stacks. So a $100 tip would actually add 260 minutes, which is a lot. So that's what? 4 hours, 20 minutes? So, yeah. We are somewhat close, but also not that close. A little under $100 away from the next goal. If we hit that goal by the end of tonight, I'll add an extra, 2 hours onto the clock free of charge. And the $500 goal, which is obviously about $223-ish away, which is a lot. But that goal is specifically to add an extra 10 hours to the clock, which is 2.5 streams worth. If both of those goals were to be hit, to get 500 tonight, that would be 12 extra hours added, plus at least 450 minutes from, over 400 minutes. 450 would be... Well, no. 450 is 225. So around 450 minutes added from the tips required to get to 500, assuming it's all tips. Plus any bonus time if any of those tips are over $50. And that's a lot of time added. A lot of streaming that I have to do in the next, however long. And of course it helps me out, make sure that I can better provide for the content that I'll be producing in the near future. Like the LEGO stream. I've got an upcoming LEGO stream. Upcoming as in, I don't know when it's going to happen, because I have to figure out the whole LEGO side of things. As it stands, I don't know that I can realistically get a half-decent LEGO kit. There's a reason why that goal was originally almost twice of what it ended up being. But I've got something in mind, at least, if I can find the destructions for it. And in case it's not obvious, that was a joke saying destructions. It's supposed to be instructions, but just... joke is ruined at this point. Anyway. So yeah. That's how it is. Shall we get back to the gameplay? Get back down to the ground level. That's a fair amount of refineries over there. And we're not even close to being done yet. Is the best part. I did leave a space here, so I can actually run these pipes down along this way and through here to get to the center. Or I could just pipe them in on this side. These are the outputs, though. They require 30 per minute. 8 times 3 is 24. 7 times 3 is 21. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I gotta figure out the 180 plus 240 situation. I mean, it could just be as simple as merging them and then splitting them. Or, well, I have two ways I could do it. I could run a single pipe by combining them and do a Mark II pipe. Because 180 plus 240 is well within the limit. Yeah, 420. 210 times 2. And I can run that and go basically in behind, in that gap that I showed, and then just jink over, go through the first set of 7, and then wrap around the back to the second set of 7. Or what I could do is I could take this line and the other one over at the station and basically split them into two 210 lines. This isn't going to work. Yep. Good. They mathed correctly. Put them into 2 lines of 210 each and run them individually. There's also nothing saying I have to specifically combine those 2 pipes. It's just that they're next to each other. But if I do this, I'm gonna have to redraw that sign. That's alright. Yeah, there is a hotkey for it. It's X. I just gotta actually get over to the X key. Now, can I copy paste from here? Actually, I can just copy settings. That's one way to do it. I can also put it up there so that that's a non-issue. Let me run this a little bit better. Can't connect into that, unfortunately, so momentarily that loses power and it comes right back. I'll just do a thing. Where? No. That's not really where I wanted that to be, but whatever. Just connect it into there and get off of that tab so I can actually right-click out of it. So now I can delete this. And it doesn't get in the way anymore. Yeah, that works. That works well enough. Don't need my air conditioner running right this second. Which this is already all flowing. That's alright. Yeah, so this is where I want to be over here. What I might end up doing is putting a secondary level of platforms, foundations rather, above this. Maybe not too high, but enough such that, you know, I can walk and maybe even jump over this and stuff. Because that station is handling all the resources. You know, all the ores and stuff, those resources. And they're gonna probably be out this way, so that the room over that way is reserved for the power gens and most of the water gens, because while I need a fair amount of water for the rest of the factory, I don't quite need 3,680 per minute in the rest of the factory. Like, I need 5,100 water per minute, and 3,680 of that is going specifically towards the bottlers over there somewhere. There they are. And to the left from there as well. There. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's right. Yeah. No? Oh, it's right now. And these I'm just gonna run forward to over here. That's not right. What happened to all your other suggestions? They're there, Dingle. I just wanted to go back to Satisfactory is all. Because I know that I'm going to enjoy playing Satisfactory, whereas the other stuff I don't know that. I could have centered that a little bit better. I want it more centered on this pipe. Like right about there. And then in line. And I can put a valve on this to ensure that this only flows one way. And I don't want any more than 30 going through that pipe. But then also put a valve here. Okay, really didn't want that there. I guess because there's already a valve there. And put that to 210. Perfect. Put a third valve on there, not caring about the flow rate, just the fact that, you know, don't go the other way. And now we've got 2 210s and 4 280s. Don't want to get that close to it, so right there is much better. Yeah, just run these over to there and then maneuver them around that way. Good enough. So this flows into there. Can you please? Huh, Jesus Christ. Walk up the damn tube. Holy shit, guy. Wow. That is kind of ridiculous. That one's fine. This one, though, just forget about it. It's not only angled, but it's got a curved bottom. Yeah, no, you can't walk on that. Meanwhile, as long as it's straight. Sure. And then at this point, just because paranoid. Bouncing back, eh? That's fine. I can just put a valve in the way so it can't do that. Just have to remember to hook them up to power at some point. Unfortunately, that's far too tight to do that. Go that way. Put a valve there just so it looks the same both sides. It doesn't matter what the limit is on the flow there, because they're both well under the cap, and so I have no need to restrict them. Just want to make sure that there's no backflow, ideally. I don't know if this is necessary, but I'll do it anyway. All the belts are going that away. But I don't know where I'm gonna send the fluids, so better to build over. Now I can do the same exact thing here. Well, because I didn't fix that. There we go. Oh, that's actually where the other pump flows to, is right there. So that's perfect. Put the valve there. It should get pumped over that fairly easily. Now to deal with the others. Well, that one was easy at least. That hopefully should give me what I want. And put this one the same way. Like that. Alright. That should be fine. Drain. I'm gonna do the same thing I did on the other side. Because again, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with the fluids coming out of here. I mean, it's heavy oil residue, so it should all be going that way. So in theory, there shouldn't be a need for this, but maybe I'll route the items out this way. Who knows? Eh. Oh well. No, this shouldn't necessarily be necessary in this instance. Especially because I can't afford it, naturally. And afford it just like everything else in my life. Some things never change. Those encased beams that I took. And they're all in my inventory now. What's left of them, that is. Whoops. Get the crouch jump there. No power. Yes, I'm aware. Oh well. Autosave. Put some check valves to ensure that nothing can flow backwards. Of course, something changed, so now the pipe has to work itself. That train's actually doing work because of all this. Isn't that amazing? Considering it hasn't really done work any other time. Alright, now we run them this way. And once again, repeat the same steps as before. So this is the row of 7 that I've already hooked up on that end. Go ahead and pipe that into there. Right there. And I'll give it 1 gap. Not like that, though. Well. You know, on second thought, what I can do is actually remove these. And just do that. It is a little bit higher, admittedly. But I mean, you can see, even at this point, it's still pumping just fine. Ow. So much crap in the way. Who put that there? Wait, it was me? No. I would. Ow. Even when I'm trying to jump over everything, I still manage to do it. I wonder, where was the previous pump? It was just back over here, wasn't it? Yeah. Huh. Where was it? It was right there. Oh, I see. The valve prevents it from going further. So, just because. Probably not necessary, but... I'll have to hook all those in, obviously. So as you can see right now, without any pumps going, it's not getting there at all. So, some amount of pumpage will be necessary. That, in theory, should be that aspect of it taken care of. Ow. Now, do I want to build a power room real quick? So that I can start flicking some things on? Not that it'll do much of anything, but... I don't even know how much I'm gonna put on, like, individual breakers. But I can do some things at the very least. Trying to decide where a thing would even be good to put. I guess over by the other train station, really. God damn it, just let me have it. No? Okay, fine. 3 is unnecessary, 2 is plenty. Again, this train will at some point be circulating on the line, but because I don't have the resources to make the, really? The block signals. The circuit boards. That's what this factory is for, at least the other part of it that I haven't actually started work on yet. This train will be put into service at some point, and so this line will become redundant. It's purely there at the moment to hold the train while I get things going. There we go. Not through the train, please. That's just a basic wall. I need a door. And the windows all require silica, which I don't have on me at the moment. I could do it. I just haven't done it. I just haven't got the resources on me. This is far bigger than it needs to be. Even this. Almost had it. I'm not used to Zoop. There. Tower was barely off for any amount of time there. Still think it's too big. Just needs to house some, Oh, I see. Well, that's fine. Just needs to house some electrical switches, that's all. Wait a minute. I don't have the glass roofs, do I? Actually, I could even do this now. And then if I made those glass roofs instead, I could have some light. You know, at this point, it's temporary. That's temporary. What I want. Oh yeah, don't I have the powered beam now? Where's that? Under power? Yeah, it is. Interesting. Alright, transport. Teleporter. Can't afford. Never mind. I'll just go run to the other teleporter, because I can't set up a brand new one at the moment. Actually, how many tickets have I gotten? 2? Helps to actually take them, you know? Glass roof. How much will all of this cost? Too much? Yeah, too much. We can do without them. There. I'll just steal that for the moment. Overshot. Actually, leave that there, but then I can put a... glass wall out there. So, hey, look! Water! Yay! Eventually, probably things and stuff. Alright, let's do at least some of the switches over here, and then others over on that wall. Missing AI limiters, of course I am. I might be able to just craft them. Yeah, some. That's all I need, though. I want another. I don't know what I'm gonna do with all these, but one of them will be for the oil, and that includes this train out here. Less temporary setup here. You run to there. Run to there. Run to there. Player being in the way. Oh wait, that's me. Okay, so that goes to the station. Let's make this very first one be the oil. Hello? Apparently I chose a wall outlet Mark II instead of a double wall outlet Mark I. What I actually wanted. I don't think this is really necessary, but... Can I just do this into here? Is that close enough? Just about. Okay, so this should be all of the oil power on this line. Well, all the oil harvesting on this line. Straight through. Well, isn't really needed anymore, is it? So that's fine. And the other power cables can all be routed out along this way. Which I know kind of makes the window pointless in a way, but don't mind that. What I can do for this is just do that. And then for the moment, if I can remember what is where. Put a corner there, do that, and then you. And stairs, and hey, look at that, I've got a nice little viewing platform up here. Isn't that awesome? Yay, woo. I don't know what I'd put in here. Crafting bench or something? No need for an equipment workshop anyway. Just get this all wired up, ready to go. I didn't click on the line, did I? No, it's just automatically doing it. That is something you can do if you like hover over a line and then go and place something. It will try and connect it like that. But that can be quite annoying when you're not trying to do it and it does that anyway. This is operational. Mildly concerning. One thing I honestly want to do here. Run this across that. Doesn't touch, so that's fine. Just before the break starts, and just connect it into there. That's all of those pumped. You are receiving power, right? No. You know why? Because I didn't connect one of the things inside of the house, did I? It also means that the train is stuck. Yeah, and suddenly it's online again. Means that train is now running once again. Yeah, it's pumping because this is pumping. And then these should be pumping as well. That's the one that's closest, the one that's literally... Where even is it? It's right over here somewhere. There it is. Can you stop being stupid like that and actually walk properly? Alright, well I think I see some in this. Yep. That one's still empty, that one's still empty, and... This one's coming from a long ways away, so it might take a minute. That's alright. It's time for the final break of the night, so let's go over to the elevator and take a ride up into the sky. See all the piping back there. And now you can't. I feel like I was just on break, and suddenly it's time for another break. Crazy how time flies sometimes. Alright, well, as I said, it's time for the final break of the night. Gonna take a few minutes to just get away from the computer, stand up, stretch, you know, that good stuff. Maybe consider doing so yourself, especially if you haven't done so recently, at least if you're able to. Especially because I'm going to be running some ads during the break. It's the only time during the stream that I run ads besides the very end, and by running ads now, it ensures that there are no pre-rolls during the next hour of the stream, which means no ads during gameplay, which is what I aim to do, at least when I'm not doing multiplayer stuff. When I come back, we'll continue with more Satisfactory for the final hour of the stream. And hopefully we'll see a bunch of oil flowing in when we get back down there out of the elevator. Anyway, BRB. Alrighty, I am back, and just gotta say, I took a glance at Twitter, and I saw that there was a post from Cerebi about an upcoming Pokemon Home downtime period, so that they can fix a bug. And I accidentally clicked into the tweet instead of just copying the link to post in Discord, because I tend to post update messages like that into Discord and a couple of different Discords. And some of the replies were like, oh boy, Gen 9 support? Scarlet Violet support coming to home? Like, where the fuck have you been the last month or two? Hello? The update's been out for quite a while. But okay. Anyway, idiocy aside, I'm in the midst of a Tipathon, just to mention this one more time before the end of the stream. You can see the timer at the top of the screen and the current goal at the bottom left. We are a little under $100 away from that goal, and if we hit it tonight, I'll add an extra 2 hours to the clock for free. Yeah, apparently static. And if somebody wants to go above and beyond, or if a couple people combined want to go above and beyond, we get to $500. I'll add an additional 10 hours on top of that. That's a stream, no, 2.5 streams. Which makes for a total of 3 streams worth of extra time added. Which means more streaming. You all like watching me stream, right? It won't happen, of course. Like nothing happened yesterday. Hell, nothing will probably happen the entire rest of the Tipathon. I'm gonna go live on Sunday, and it's gonna go for about an hour, and that's gonna be it. Is what it is. I'm gonna keep pointing it out anyway, just in case somebody actually can afford to step out and decides to. Step out? Yes, step out. Definitely the word I wanted to use there. Not step up. Train. Now that's what I like to see. I've had multiple minutes, granted, to fill up, but like, they're filled up. And I did build that one further away. Hey, look at that! The pumps were necessary. I always love it when my decisions like that are justified. Because, like, are these pumps actually necessary? You know? I'm not gonna hook you into that. Is this one necessary? Probably not. Based on this, but I'm gonna hook it up regardless. Whoops, overshot. Right, those are the outputs that will go somewhere. Not specifically anywhere at this point. Although what I can do, I guess, is the packager setup. I have to actually wire up the power for them properly, but you know. The way that I designed these all up, it should just be as simple as connecting these front to back so that all of them are on the same loop. I just overshot this one. Except they won't all be on the same loop, but these lines will all be on the same circuit. Top and bottom. Damn. Then in theory, I won't be able to do that. Okay, well. You know what I can also do? I can actually undo what I just did. Because, you know, that makes sense. Run this along here. Is that even straight? I feel like it was there. No. Yeah. Maybe. And there we go. Yeah, definitely wasn't right. Oh, how I wish I had a hover pack. That's actually wrong as well. It was to there. And then finally, run it over here one last time, falling on, or in between everything along the way, as you do. Where am I? There we go. Now, in theory, everything here is connected. And if that's true... it should be 600 total? No, 620? Oh. Right. Yeah. Times 2. Does run backwards a little bit there as I go into the water for the umpteenth time. Seriously though, that happens way too frequently when I'm working around here. do this sneaky little trick. I can try to do this sneaky little trick. Although, it'd be nice if I could get it right into the corner or something. More like that. And then repeat the same thing, basically. Although, that being said, in this instance, I might just do that. Yeah, that'll do. Can I just hook this to here? No, that'll clip. Yeah, that fits well enough. So now in theory that's all online, not that there's anything to do with that. And I put plus water on there simply because I think at the end of the day I'm just gonna simplify the process of the power hookups and just generalize things. And so since I need the water inputs on this side, right? What I can do is just have a power hookup come off over here somewhere. Right. And now wherever I end up setting up all those water pumps, which again, I'll need about 31 of them, all said and done. Only a fair amount. They can just hook up into that. Can I actually set up water pumps here? Where are they? Construction? So, like, if I was to do this... No. If anything, I'd be better off doing it this way. Because these don't float on the surface. Or these float on the surface versus the... stuff is not on the surface. Of course, what I could do is this. I doubt I have the ability to place one here, yeah. How close am I there? Barely. Resource is not deep enough. Yeah, that can Get out. Of course, this is kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie. Because these produce 120 per. How much do I actually need per line? So just 240, right? Because it's 60 per minute times 4 machines. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. I can do this, and hopefully... Yes, it will. Beautiful. And the pumps are pumping already. Excellent. I want it right here. Let's get it to like right there. And then this one can go to right there. Resource is not deep enough. Actually, I do want to replace that because it's not right where I want it. Then obviously I'll have to do some routing around. Can you please get into the side where I want you to be? Thank you. The alignment isn't perfect on these, but as long as it's close enough to work, that's fine. Over there, all these start spooling up. It's funny how you try and put the stackable supports for the belts around the splitters and mergers and it clips, but as soon as you put one of these in around them, no, that's fine. There's no clipping there. Sure about that? And the little bit of height gain from all of this shouldn't be a problem. The pumps have a bit of head lift to them anyway. It doesn't say in there, I don't think, but there's some amount there, so it gets up the small inclines pretty readily. That's already 8. I'm just straight up out of iron anything at this point. Jeez. Honestly, I should go back to my main base to get stuff. That way I'm not eating into my resources here anymore, considering how much crap I need. Except, where do I have everything stored? I haven't really done this in almost 2 months. Grab a little bit of excess, because why not? Screws were over there. Rods were underneath of the belts, that's right. That's smart plating. Back over here were rotors. Do I need any rotors? Yeah, I should get some rotors. Could also drop off the crystal oscillators so I free up a stack slot. Haven't gone over here at all while I've been streaming. Yeah, don't mind them. They're not gonna attack me or anything, so they're harmless at this point. I have plenty of these. I'll just max out that stack. Is that all that's over here? I guess that's all of that. Yeah, I guess so. And then over here I think is solely dedicated to screws. Why? Because sometimes you just need a lot of screws. So that said, there are containers over here. What's that? Plates? And plates. Okay, so I've got a lot of extra plates there as well. Fair enough. And what else? Running out of that. Don't need more of that. Over here is where I got my basic copper stuffs. And then since I'm here, I might as well just grab a little bit more of those. Anything else I desperately need? Motors? Motors are kind of low. Do I even need them for much of anything, though? Not sure about that. That. Teleport home. Spin around. Teleport back to the computers. Always too late on that, except for the time or two that I actually got it. Right, I was over on the other side of the factory setting up water stuffs. that was weird. Imagine only being able to zoop 10 foundations at a time. Oh wait, that'll be me in the not too distant future when I play Update 8. Why did I set that as a goal? I have to suffer and play vanilla for the first time in a long time. I have played vanilla before. Oh, I started out playing the game. Okay, apparently I needed more rotors. Fair enough. Please tell me I have a shit ton of rotors here so I don't have to go back for them. It'd be nice. I don't actually know how many hookups I need. 16? But not really. But yes, actually, because it's just easier than trying to underclock one. What's up, Kiosk? You know, I didn't even check back there. That's fine. Let's just get back on land. Got some rotors. Do you use rotors with refineries? No. Where's the ground? It was above me briefly. Don't worry about it. What happens when you teleport across the map quickly? Because, you know, the game's kind of not built for that. Resource is not deep enough. Yeah, there's no reason to be concerned. Like I said, don't worry about it. Fine. Perfectly fine. Damn. How many sets do I even have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I only need 5 more sets of pumps. I still not get one in here? Hey, I can. Cool. So 3 on one side, 4 on the other. That's good enough. The reason why I'm doing it this way is to avoid a stupidly high stack. By going through the middle of them. Or around the backside even. If I can't get this to cooperate. You know, I don't entirely hate the fact that they're going back and forth like that. I'm sure somebody does, but I don't. Just like that, and then this comes up to here. There's only 3 on this side, so there's that. Love it when I do that. Probably do power before I start running all these, but whatever. That might help with clearance issues. Yeah, see, it clears. Here, I can even do something like this. Trying to keep it out of the water. Deal with it if you don't like that. Might just about clear. Oh, and kiosk. A good reason to not care about it, assuming you're still here. This part of the map has water underneath of it, so you fall through the floor no matter what, you're gonna be fine. Just gotta swim back up through the ground. Simple as that. You fall under the floor, in a base that's more towards the center of the map, especially in the high up bits, that's a different story. Then you might have a problem on your hands. But even then... Yeah, but... Kios, do you even know how deep you have to go? It doesn't sound like you do. Yeah, that's the other problem. Water, but no water physics. Those are the areas of actual concern. Oh, that's not it. That's it. Single plates. You know, you guys. Yeah, shout out to the lurkers, the ones not being jerks, as usual. I mean, do I, Kiosk? What I gotta respect is the fact that there's nobody who watches me who is either willing or able get us to a higher goal, because we're gonna run out of daylight here in this stream. Damn it. And a really good way to add time to the timer. It's gonna disappear. Gotta appreciate the fact that people don't want to help out with that. Just tells me that people don't want to actually watch me stream is all. Or the only people watching the stream currently are the ones that have either already helped out or can't afford to help out. Which is understandable in this economy. Oh, please. Just give me the actual full stack. Lizard doggo! Damn. I pressed E instead of walking off. Unfortunate that. Autosave. Knee going through the arm. Love when that happens. I'll probably put these 4 into a stack, or these 3 into a stack with that one to make a stack of 4. What else am I missing here? Anything? You know, could I just... I could, and it goes right through. So I am. That one, on the other hand, does not. Actually, I wonder. Helps a little. That one still goes through, so it's fine. Fine as it is. Right, Chaos? These will all fill up shortly. So that's 11 of 16, which means I need 5 more. 5 more sets. Not actually what I need. Okay, wouldn't let me select. Why so much water? So you see how there's rows here, you know, there's like 8 separate rows, top and bottom? Well, those are 8 rows of 4, right? Times 2 sets. Except it's actually 8 deep, because on the other side is more of these packagers. Yes, still this project. Actually, the formula's on screen. I didn't even intend for that, but there we go. But yeah. I'm taking advantage of diluted packaged fuel to make 3,680 fuel per minute. Which means I need 307 generators. But you know how much power that is? It's not bad. Roughly 46,000 megawatts. 46 megawatts. Not bad. My turbo fuel factory and my update 5 save made more when it worked at full capacity, which it basically never did. But, you know. Can I really not get another one in here? You know, I might be able to do this. No. You suck. Can I get one in here not snapping? Worth power sharding it? I mean, I could. I don't think it's that worth it, though. I can just make a row with another 5 sets of these. You know? I think that's more worth it. Right, Kiosk? But you can't. That's 3, 4, 5, and now we have to hope that the others... That's 2, 3, 4, 5, yay, it fits. I think some of these will just go straight up to the top. So like these first 2 sets will stay on the bottom. And then these back 5 sets, 8 sets, whatever. Damn it. Push me off. Can I finish this before the top of the hour? That's the real question. Obviously, it's not going to get plumbed into the machinery. Will I be able to finish this particular row? That's the question. Really? I grabbed the line off of there. Why didn't you give it to me? Yeah, kiosk. Because that's all I could fit on that particular row. Just like how the first set only has 1. It's a limitation of the shallow water around this particular area. You say that, bot. Remember that bottom one. Up, down. I keep forgetting to do that. It makes getting the top ones difficult. Oh, please. I swear. Autosave. Yeah, kiosk. Of course, the real question is, how many times did you find the world border in going out to the edge like that? That's one thing I'm looking forward to, not really, in doing this when I inevitably need all the space in the world. Only a few. We'll drop into the void in more places first. Fair enough. You have to be moderately careful. There we go. That should be all of it. You know it. Yeah, that backmost one is still filling. Wonder if it needs a little help. Well, just to be sure it doesn't, I can do this. I think it's just because it was the last to be hooked up, but that'll give it 50 feet of push. Head flow. Oh. Yeah. That one, these three, these four go forward to the bottom. These three and these five go to the top. That's how it'll be. Also, I see that the bot didn't message for 1 hour. I don't know why it keeps failing to do that, considering I keep updating the fucking script to make it work, and it doesn't want to work. Yeah, it would make sense, Kiosk. That's why I put a thing on it, and that's also why I broke out those other 4 in the row of 7. Because, wanted to make sure that it would actually be able to do it. And also, I didn't want a 7 high stack of tubes. That too. Alright, there we go. Timer is paused with 49 minutes on the clock. Which means that come Sunday night, Sunday evening, Sunday sometime, we will have at least around a 1 hour stream. Maybe more. Just doing some things last second. And, yeah. Wait, did the bot message for an hour? I don't think it did, right? No, it didn't. But it messaged Discord. Okay. That's weird. I don't know why it would message Discord and not Twitch chat, but whatever. Blame Amazon, got it. Yeah, sure. Go with that. So anyway, I don't have the next segment of the Tipathon scheduled, I believe. Like, if I go all the way out, August 7th. Yeah. So I don't have a thing scheduled, but basically, look at the 4th schedule, not the most recent one, the one August 7th at 8 p.m. It's the same idea, just August 6th. So 2 days, 19 hours, 59 minutes or so instead of 3 days. That's when the next and potentially last segment of the Tipathon will occur. Because, as you saw, there was less than an hour left. 49 minutes. And actually, while we're here, I'm going to just... Not that stuff. That stuff. Go over here. Disable that as well, and then go back to the end scene. Because I don't want the overlays up during FNR and SNR. If SNR happens. Which I hope it does, considering we didn't do it last week. But, the next stream is going to be FNR. It is going to happen, unless, for some reason gets cancelled at the last second. And because of the multiplayer aspect of both that and FNR, or SNR rather, GTA whatevers, I do not want to do the Tipathon during then, because if the timer runs out during that, I'm not just going to stop streaming, right? So, because of the multiplayer aspect and not really having complete control over the situation, I'm opting to not run the Tipathon during that. The timer will still be updated. The timer is paused. It's not off completely. It is paused. If any tips, any bits, any subs are received, the timer will be updated. And the bot will actually reflect that in chat when it happens. The only exception to this is if somebody tips via Ko-fi, because, well, they don't offer a REST API, and so I'm not dealing with webhooks. So I have to do Ko-fi tips manually. But otherwise, if it's through Stream Elements, which regular PayPal and SEPay both are, the bot will update for the tips, and then obviously Twitch stuff it'll show as well. Yeah, right, Static. I will say, though, in regards to subs, if your sub renews and you don't have an alert go off, the bot will not pick up on it. It only picks up on the renewal messages. So, just to be clear on that. If there's no message in chat, the bot ain't seeing it and it ain't counting it. But yeah, no, the timer is active until the end of the Tipathon, even during the streams that I'm not actively doing the Tipathon during. Just to be clear on that. So the timer can still be increased at any point until the very end. Now that I've said the same thing 5 times in slightly different ways, I think we're hopefully all on the same page here. Hopefully. But yeah, tomorrow night is FNR. Going to be doing some more racing for the 3rd week in a row. Can you believe it? We're actually getting back into FNR, getting back into the swing of things, even if EJ is still not joining us. His loss. So, yeah, FNR tomorrow night. Hopefully GTA. Then, hopefully. Maybe. We'll see. GTA is always a toss-up because, nobody wants to race if we only have 6 people. But then we end up racing with 8 people. What difference does 2 people make, guys? If we got 3 or 4, fine. But, come on, 6 versus 8? Whatever. So, yeah. FNR and GTA Tipathon timer will not be visible. The Tipathon will be completely paused during that time, but again, the clock can be increased. It can be updated during that time. The tips or the goals are also still active, in case that's something. But yeah, I think that's basically it. I'll be back at 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night for Friday Night Racing, just without the Tipathon timer visible or active. But again, in the background, it's still there. Yeah, I'm gonna run some ads on the way out, as I usually do. If you don't want to stick around for them, that's fine. They're at the end of the stream for a reason. You can just leave and not watch them, and it doesn't give me any extra pennies or whatever. I legitimately don't know how much more I make off of things. They tell us 30% or 55% if you use the shitty ad manager. That's it. All right, static. So yeah, ads on the way out. Watch them or don't. Do as you wish. That's gonna do it for me tonight. Thank you everyone for watching, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Later.